his life on the evening of Saturday, 28th of February 2026, in a helicopter crash in Chepkei area of Mosop constituency in Nandi County. The accident claimed his life and that of 5 other persons who also tragically perished. Now, Honorable Senators, the late Honorable Johanna Ng'eno was born on the 12th of December 1972 in Narok County. He began his early education at Mangondo Primary School before proceeding to Maseno National School for his secondary education. He later pursued higher education in Kyiv TSN University in Ukraine, graduating with a bachelor's degree in international law. Upon his return to Kenya, the late Honorable Ng'eno advanced his academic and professional credentials by obtaining a Master of Arts degree in International Studies and a Bachelor of Laws degree, as well as postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law. His distinguished academic journey culminated in his admission to the bar as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya in 2025. Before joining elective politics, the late Honorable Ng'eno served as a director at the Agricultural Development Corporation, ADC, from 2008 to 2012, where he gained valuable experience in public sector management and administration. In 2013, he joined elective politics and was elected as a member for National Assembly for Emrua Dikri constituency. He was subsequently re-elected in successive general elections, thus serving his 3rd consecutive term in Parliament at the time of his demise. Now, Honorable Senators, during his first tenure in Parliament, the late Honorable Ng'eno served in various committees in the National Assembly, including the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Public Investment Committee. In the 12th Parliament, he further served in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee, and again in the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs. At the time of his passing, the late Honorable Ng'eno was serving as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, and as a member of the Liaison Committee. He discharged responsibilities with diligence, distinction, and unwavering commitment. One of his major hallmarks in the 13th Parliament was the publication of the Quantity Surveyors Bill 2026, which seeks to provide a legal framework for the training and registration of quantity surveyors and other specified professionals, and to regulate the practice of quantity surveying in Kenya. Now, Honorable Senators, beyond his work within Parliament, the late Honorable Ng'eno was committed to improving the lives of the people of Emrua Dikri, particularly in the areas of education, community welfare, and peaceful coexistence. He championed access to education by facilitating the provision of school buses to several institutions and ensuring the timely disbursement of NGCDA bursaries to needy students. The late Honorable Ng'eno was also actively involved in promoting peace and social cohesion, often mediating inter-community conflicts and supporting vulnerable families facing hardship in his constituency. He truly appreciated African culture and passionately promoted cultural activities, local talent, and welfare of local artists. He was the founder and patron of the Kalenjin Music Festival, an annual event that has grown into a significant platform for cultural expression. Indeed, it is particularly poignant that the tragic helicopter crash that claimed his life occurred as he was returning from Endebase, where he had graced the 35th anniversary celebration of the music of local artist Kim Kim. In recognition of his astute leadership, contribution to national building, and his role in marshalling legislative business, the late Honorable Ng'eno was conferred the honor of Chief of Order of the Burning Spear, CBAs, by His Excellency the President in December 2023. Now, Honorable Senators, the passing of Honorable Johanna Ng'eno is a profound loss to the parliamentary fraternity and to the nation at large. We have lost an astute, courageous, and principled legislator who served his constituents and the Republic with dedication and integrity. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and the people of Emrua Dikri during this difficult period of mourning. In consultation with the leadership of Parliament, an ad hoc parliamentary funeral planning committee comprising 15 members has been established to coordinate arrangements for a befitting send-off for the late Ng'eno and other victims of the tragic crash. The committee includes the following senators. 1, Senator Wafula Waholi, CBS MP, Senator Hilary Sigei, CBS MP, and Senator Eddie Okech, MP. A condolence book has also been opened at the Senate reception, main Parliament buildings, to afford honorable senators, members of the National Assembly, and parliamentary staff an opportunity to convey their messages of condolences to the family and to our departed colleague. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Honorable Johanna Ng'eno, CBS MP, to the residents of Emrua Dikri constituency, and to the families of all those who lost their lives in the tragic accident. Finally, honorable senators, in honor of our departed colleague, the late Honorable Johanna Ng'eno, and to those who perished alongside him, I request that we all stand and observe a moment of silence. Thank you. You may take your seats. May the soul of the late Johanna Ng'eno, CBS MP, and those who perished alongside him rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Next order. I will allow honorable members to pass their condolences. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly keep it under 3 minutes. Kindly. The Honorable Manzo Daniel Kitanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to serve at the National Assembly with our late brother since 2013. In the election campaign of 2017, I was part of a team which went to campaign for him in Emrua Dikri. And I want to say that he really promoted culture and encouraged young people, encouraged talent, his people really loved him and overwhelmingly elected him. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we remember about him is recently when there were chaos in a piece of land in his constituency, and he went there and confronted police and asked them why they were killing his people. And that's one of the matters he really fought for, the land belonging to his people. And Mr. Speaker, we really want to pray that God rest his soul in eternal peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Charankei, Senator Fernandi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to pass my deepest condolences to the family of Honorable Johanna Ng'eno and his compatriots who passed on through tragic air crash in my county in a place called Chepkiep, Sangalo Kebulonik Ward, Masab constituency in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, I arrived there at 6:45 p.m., maybe an hour or so after the crash. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the scene was very horrendous. The parts of the helicopter had been thrown around, the engine had been burned, the bodies were badly injured, Mr. Speaker, the 6 of them. Mr. Speaker, we had to wait. I stayed there up to 10 p.m. when we evicted the bodies to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker. I have not slept for the last 2 days, Mr. Speaker, recalling the horrendous sight of what happened in Chepkiep in Nandi North Forest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues really suffered because immediately after making emergency landing, the moment they lifted, within a minute, it crashed. And when it crashed, Mr. Speaker, it uprooted 2 big trees, indigenous, up to the roots level, Mr. Speaker. So the pain that our brother and his compatriots went through is not imaginable, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I want to apologize to many colleagues, including your office, who called me to find out where I was at that time in moment, because, Mr. Speaker, I could not pick anybody's phone call because we were not sure. I didn't want to receive any phone call because the family had not been notified. The police were yet to arrive, the serious crime unit, which they arrived around 8:39, Mr. Speaker. So I did not have the energy to receive anybody's phone call, including your office, because many people were worried that I was in that chopper. Mr. Speaker, fortunately or unfortunately, I was in that region of Masab where the accident happened, and the mist, you could not see anything. The mist was too much. There is a lot of rain, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think Mheshimiwa Ng'eno and his 5 compatriots really suffered, and we hope God will give them favor, the grace, Mr. Speaker. I want to appeal to thank young lady called Yukabet Chepto, a trainee nurse from Kendu Bay Adventist, with her mother, who went and tried to look for gloves. And they wanted to assist, Mr. Speaker, one victim who survived for 30 minutes. But because of a poor response in terms of emergency in this country, we could not save 2 young men who were still living by the time the crash site. Mr. Speaker, allow me, with your indulgence, to thank the great people of Chepkiep in Masab sub-county who came in numbers. They didn't fear the fire. They used soil, sand soil, the loam soil to put off. They used trees and twigs until the fire could be put off. If it was not the intervention of the public of Chepkiep, Mr. Speaker, the bodies would have been burned beyond recognition. I think the only honor we can give to Yukabet Chepto and her mother is a state recognition by the government, and I have taken myself to support her. I have cleared her school fees spending and also paying for the nursing qualifying exam in 2026, Mr. Speaker, from May. And I hope, with the indulgence of the House, we'll be able to give her a placement. And
One minute and you wind up.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, so that we recognize those heroes. They are uncalled, unsung heroes, Mr. Speaker. Finally, is to appeal to our people in aviation sector, especially the pilots, because the rains are many, the mist is all over, Mr. Speaker, and I think in future, as colleagues, whenever you board a chopper and you see the weather is not very good, kindly don't insist on flying against the bad weather, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my deepest condolences to us. Ng'eno was more than a friend. He was a colleague. He was our leader in the Kalenjin nation, Mr. Speaker. We have worked together, and we hope the people of Morodigir and the spouse and the family will find solace in God Almighty. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back.
Senator Mazaya.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, kwanza nataka kutoa rambirambi zangu na jamii yote ya Kilifi kwa familia, marafiki na ndugu wa ndugu yetu Ng'eno. Kama tulivyosikia taarifa ni kwamba Ng'eno alikuwa mwakilishi bunge wa Emrua Dikir. Bwana Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba sisi tunaombea, cha kwanza, Mwenyezi Mungu aweke roho ya marehemu mahali pema walipolala wema. Lakini cha muhimu ni kumkumbuka ya kwamba alikuwa yeye mwenyewe ni mtu anapenda amani sana, na mara nyingi amejihusisha na maeneo yale ambayo akiwa yako na shida anakwenda kule na anaongea nao, anafanya amani. Kwa hiyo mtu kama huyo ni mtu ambaye sisi kama binadamu ambao tumebaki nyuma tuweze kuzidi kumwombea Mwenyezi Mungu aweke roho yake mahali pema. Vile vile kwa familia, marafiki, najua saizi wako na sumazi. Wingu limetanda na sumazi iko nyingi sana ndani ya nyumba. Tunawaombea wale bibi na ndugu na marafiki wote, Mwenyezi Mungu awapatie nguvu ili kuweza kupita mtihani huu mgumu, na Mwenyezi Mungu aweke roho ya marehemu Ng'eno mahali walipolala wema. Asante.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you on behalf of my colleagues to pass sincere most condolences to the people of Emurua Dikir for losing their leader and a few gallant sons who are with him on the fateful day, as well as the other Kenyans actually who perished on this unfortunate incident. The people of, specifically to Mheshimiwa Ng'eno, the people of Emurua Dikir, Mr. Speaker, have lost their Nelson Mandela. This is a man who toiled and fought long and hard until this constituency was eventually carved out of the greater Kilgoris. In fact, those who understand the history of this place fairly well know that Mheshimiwa Ng'eno actually won the parliamentary seat back in 2007. But out of the magnanimity of him and those that supported him, and in the interest of cohesion in that particular region, he actually never saw the doors of parliament until 2013. Mr. Speaker, that is great sacrifice by a man who gave out his best to his constituents. It is unfortunate in the way that he has departed. This is a man I knew fairly well, Mr. Speaker. We have been together in this political journey. He has campaigned against me. I have campaigned against him. He has campaigned for me. I have campaigned for him. We have agreed. We have disagreed on certain things. But above it all, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot fault him in his desire to pursue that which he believed in and that which he believed was right for his own people. And that you can never take away from Mheshimiwa Ng'eno. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that at the prime of his leadership, just when he was beginning to flex his political muscle to move to even greater heights, unfortunately, due to this accident, Mr. Speaker, we have lost him. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that given the frequency with which we have seen air accidents in this country, that perhaps it is time as Parliament that we seek to understand the authorities and the agencies that check the quality of the crafts that people use in this country, and, Mr. Speaker, the kind of maintenance regime that is maintained. Because I believe in the last maybe few years, there have been such accidents where many Kenyans have lost their lives. Unfortunately, on many occasions, we never get the final report of actually what happened. Is it something that we need to change? It is about time, Mr. Speaker, that we take a keen interest in that particular space so that we don't lose any other Kenyan to accidents that will easily have been avoided. I knew, Mr. Speaker, the other Kenyans, quite a number of them, actually.
Majority Leader, 1 minute to wind up your thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to pass my condolence to the 4 out of other 6 Kenyans that were in that chopper that I knew personally. Nick, the photographer, is somebody that was known to me. I used to meet him here on the corridors of Parliament. There's a young man called Carlos who, for many years, never agreed with Mheshimiwa Ng'eno. And they had a handshake, for lack of a better word, just barely a month or 2 ago. And unfortunately, they have perished together, Mr. Speaker, as well as a Captain Were. Captain Were is a person I know so well. I've flown with him before, including just the other Sunday, Mr. Speaker. And it's sad that all these people have perished in this manner. Condolence to their family. And it's sad that all these people have perished in this manner. Condolence to their family, to their beloved ones, and to the people that work with them. May God rest their soul in eternal peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also granting me this opportunity to join you and my colleagues in sending a message of condolence to the family and friends of the departed colleague, Honorable Johanna Ng'eno. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things have been said about our former colleague, but let me say this, Mr. Speaker, that from where I sit, Johanna Ng'eno is the true embodiment and personification of representation. He's a man who represented his people without fear. all of us, Mr. Speaker, if we don't remember a lot of things, we remember the incident last year when the late Johanna confronted police officers in active engagement. Officers firing at residents, and he confronted them and demanded that they stop killing his people. The Speaker, that is a true personification of representation. The Speaker, I want to say two things. One, these air accidents, especially involving helicopters, Mr. Speaker, are becoming too much, far too common. Mr. Speaker, we have lost quite a number of senior leaders in this country through helicopter crashes. You remember we lost the former Vice President, George Saitoti. Not very long ago, we lost the KDF boss through another helicopter crash. And Mr. Speaker, as the Senator Fukericho has put it, we never quite get to find exactly what happened. You never get to get the final report as to exactly what caused these accidents. Mr. Speaker, can we just insist as an House that we get to know what the problem is, what is happening and what is not happening? Is this something to do with the maintenance of the aircrafts? Is it something to do with the training and refresher courses for the pilots? Or is it just leaders insisting on things being done their way? So, Mr. Speaker, we don't also have a situation where every now and then we have to confront these things about losing people and leaders through helicopter crashes. Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of myself, my family, and on behalf of the people of Kitui County, we condole with the family of Mheshimiwa Johanna. I thank you.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to pass my condolence message to the family of the late Honorable Johanna Ng'eno, and also the 5 other friends that were in the ill-fated aircraft. Mr. Speaker, I served with the Honorable Johanna for 10 years in the National Assembly from 2013 to 2022. And Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize this gentleman because he really stood his ground. I remember when we were in the National Assembly, the Honorable Nduale was the majority leader. You know, sometimes they could disagree on many issues since he really supported and believed in what he really meant. So, Mr. Speaker, Murwadikiri residents have lost Angaranti Sonja, who really protected his community, protected his constituents, worked for them tirelessly, regardless of the people who passed by his side, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, as my colleagues have said, the Republic of Kenya is actually one of the countries that does really fly or use aircraft. I've been to other countries, but the frequency of the freights or the aircraft that fly leaders in this country is on another level. So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague also have seen, it is high time that we get a policy, especially when the weather is not friendly. There must be a policy that no aircraft should leave any place where they want to lift, Mr. Speaker, so that we can be able to avoid these accidents all the time. Mr. Speaker, you know, losing a member of parliament who has served his constituents for 15 years. And of course, he can go ahead and ahead. We have lost a soldier who has really been mentored by many people, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I eulogize this gentleman, I want to say that also the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority should come up with a policy on the way we handle our aviation industry, Mr. Speaker. Because the way it is now, I don't think we are on the right track, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Oledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to mourn a colleague, a leader who I believe that some of us were cut from the same cloth. a man whose courage and dedication, his agility and dedication to the service of the people of Narok County, not only the Emurua Dikir, is highly commendable. Mr. Speaker, I remember the Honorable Ng'eno just about 2 weeks ago when I went to help bury the mother of one of our colleagues, Senator Mandago. And on that particular day, I flew here. I'm sure the Speaker was on that burial as well. And I asked him to travel with me. And we traveled back together in a helicopter. And we spoke about Narok County. When you listen to Johanna Ng'eno then, all he was talking about, how do we unite these Kipsigis and the Maasai people of Narok to be one, to be able to speak one, to fight for development. Mr. Speaker, I am sad because we had many plans on how we can sit together and bring this community, visit together. In fact, on that same day, Mr. Speaker, we were talking about his latest passion with artists, Kenyan artists. And he was telling me that it's about time now we also elevate the Maasai artist. And we discussed one young girl whom he was really promoting to be able to give them publicity so that they can be able to make a living out of what they are doing. It saddens me. And I truly hope that the people of Kenya, and I know there's one quote that is very common with Ng'eno, and he always says that if it doesn't happen the way you want it, it will happen in a better way than you imagined. That is the beauty of God's plan. This is all God's plan. We're here today, tomorrow we are gone. We will miss him, but for the people of Emurua Dikir, I want to assure you that you're not orphans. We will stand together, we will go through this hard time. To the family of the pilot Were, and also the young men from Narok, who also perished in that tragic helicopter crash. We pray for you, we pray for your families, and we'll always stand together to ensure that at least your families are not left wallowing in poverty. To the young widow, a young Maasai girl, Yona Ntutu, we will support you. Mr. Speaker, just 20 seconds.
1 minute to wind your condolences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the young girl, this is a very young girl with 2 beautiful kids. In fact, when we were there yesterday with the president, the kids were just happy. They didn't really understand what was going on. Everyone was there. You know, life is so frequent. Today you are here, tomorrow you're gone. I hope that we as leaders can remember that. Because sometimes we just, with our chest, we line our pockets, we collect billions and billions of shillings, and we forget the people who have put us where they are. Ng'eno fought for the people of Emurua Dikir. You know, I was just watching a lot of YouTube episodes. And there's one he was saying, Shika Ledama, Shika Ledama. And what we're doing is that both of us were fighting for the rights of our people. We're fighting to save Mao Forest. But ultimately, we came together and we fought, we united, and a lot of development is going to Narok County because of understanding that these tribes, you know, don't mean a thing. They just unite us. So, Mr. Speaker, I mourn the late Honorable Ng'eno, and I want to welcome all of you to Narok this Friday so that we can give him a befitting send-off. May God rest his soul in eternity.
Senator Veronica.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On my own behalf, on behalf of my family, and also the people of the Great Murang'a County, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the widow of Honorable Johanna Ng'eno, together with her children, her family, their family, the Ng'eno family, the Ntutu family, and the great people of Emurua Dikil and the people of Narok County. Honorable Speaker, it's difficult to talk about Honorable Johanna Ng'eno because he's one leader who embodied boldness, courage, and fearless leadership. He made his opinions known, he made his views known, but in a respectable way, though he may have been confused as over defending or over fighting. I remember as a member of UDA, when we had the nominations, Honorable Speaker, for Narok County, there were lots of conflicts within the Narok County, but he emerged as a leader, and anyone who rallied behind him won their seats, Honorable Speaker. I would describe him as an indefatigable defender of the vulnerable people, and I remember how he fought for the members from his community and members of public who were evicted from Mau Forest. He definitely carried the hopes, aspiration, and the pride of people of Emurua Dikil and Narok at large. And in a big sense, we could say he actually did shape the current leadership of the Narok County. We are deeply saddened by the loss, and it is sad to see the kind of accidents we are having on air, Honorable Speaker, because if we look like it has been analyzed, there have been one too many. And I hope, Honorable Speaker, as we discuss the motion I've brought to the House on road accidents, we will consider also taking this air accident as a subject of heavy discussion so that interventions can be made. We are praying for Mrs. Nayanoin Ntutu, together with her children and the entire family. Rest in peace, our dear colleague, our brother. You had a warm, loving heart. And I pray that the legacy that he left will be emulated by other leaders and by his family and the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Osot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also join my colleagues to also pass a message of condolences to the family, friends, and relatives of my good friend Johanna Ng'eno. I served in the National Assembly with Johanna Ng'eno, and he was a very lovely person, and we used to joke, we used to tease him, being one of the senior bachelors in the House. But Mr. Speaker, later on, he married in a very colorful wedding, which most of us attended, and since then, he has been my friend, and there is one important thing I learned from him, that Ng'eno spoke his mind, regardless of which political divide he was in. Whether he's in government side or opposition side, he was fearless. He could speak his mind, and he could protect his people on any issue, even if his bosses have an alternative idea. So we have lost a great leader from the Rift Valley, and I hope God rests his soul in eternal peace.
Senator Sek.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also take this opportunity to condole to the people of Narok, Emurua Dikir, sub-county, Honorable Speaker, for the demise of Brother Johanna Ng'eno, a person whom I found to be a friend to me. He has been a friend to me since 2013, when we managed to be an MP for Emurua Dikir in 2013. Up to now, Honorable Ng'eno has been a courageous person, a person who speaks his mind, a person who fights for his people, a person whom is a very fearless person, a person who can speak his mind regardless of the situation. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue which has just occurred in this country, which we are all of us praying that it should be a natural occasion or even a natural calamity that has come to this country. But we want to say that Honorable Ng'eno was a very courageous person who talks to almost everybody, a person who has empowered his people, and a person whom speaks to his mind in every situation that he is at that moment because of his people. Honorable Speaker, it happens that this issue of death has been a big issue to this country. It is something that we need for us to come as leaders to see how we can prevent some deaths, because we are talking about a legislature today, and most of our people, most of our citizens in this republic have been killed in most of the occasions. So we need really to sit down as a house and discuss on how much of the problems can be prevented, particularly on the issues that is being brought by the killings of police to the members of the public. Otherwise, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and we say pole to the family and to the entire family and the county
Senator
in large.
Senator Eddy.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity as well. I join my colleagues to mourn our colleague, Mheshimiwa Ng'eno. Mr. Speaker, you know, when a great leader falls, sometimes we can reflect on accomplishments, but sometimes, for me, it is important that the aspiring, especially that the leader had, the hopes that he had, and the legacy that he leaves behind is more powerful than anything else, Mr. Speaker. I think if there is anything that Johanna Ng'eno has reminded us today, is that sometimes we can be obsessed by the idea of power and positions, and sometimes we can be obsessed by the idea of personal merit. But actually it is also important that we leave a mark in other people's hearts by the service that we leave behind. And therefore may his towering speech live in eternal life in us, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who, as my colleagues have said, fought for his people and died in the course of duty for his people. Because where he was in the course of service, Mr. Speaker. I come from Migori County, where I've seen the conflict between Maasai, Kipsigis, and the Kuria community. Time without number, leave families without homes, leave families without hope, and sometimes leave families without even limbs. People fight and die, and lives are lost there. And I saw how Mheshimiwa Ng'eno fought for his people, the same way we are trying to fight for our people in Kuria, Mr. Speaker. And I want just to say sorry to his family, sorry to the people of Muruadikir. We stand with him at this tempting time, and we share in the pain and loss. And in the same manner, Mr. Speaker, I must say that we also share in the pain and loss of the family of one Captain George Were. Mr. Speaker, Captain George Were is somebody who I think embodied at the highest level of professionalism, Mr. Speaker. I got the chance to actually fly with him a number of times when we were doing the Azimio campaigns. And Mr. Speaker, this was one man who was always prompt and never took this kind of risk, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that this was the year that he was going to retire, and he had to go in this manner. We pray for his family, and we also pray for the people of Nyakach who have lost a serious professional in the aviation industry. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget to say sorry to the family of the 4 young people whose dreams were cut short in this tragedy, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the profile of these young people, Mr. Speaker, some of them, like Keter, was just getting to start his work as a teacher, Mr. Speaker. I want to say sorry to their families, Mr. Speaker, because when such young lives are lost, dreams are buried with them. And even the dreams of their families, their parents.
Senator Eddy, 1 minute to wind up your condolences.
Just to summarize that, Mr. Speaker, as a House and as a Senate, we want to say that we take the loss of their lives as young people and their parents just as serious as the loss of Mheshimiwa Ng'eno and the captain. We want to say sorry to their families, And I hope that as a house, we can also find ways in which we can also offer support, both morally and materially, to the families of those young lives that were lost in this tragedy, because they also matter. Because without them, they are the unsung heroes that sometimes are not seen behind leaders who exemplify excellence in our communities. They're the people who make these leaders work, they make us feature, and therefore I pray and hope that the nation will stand with their families just as much. Poleni sana, and may God bless them all.
Now, honorable senators, I will interrupt that order. We'll come back to it. So for those who are still willing to pass the condolences, you'll have a moment to do so. But allow me to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45 and proceed to order number 8 all the way to 14. Once we are done with those orders, we will resume the order that is before us now, where honorable senators will have an opportunity to pass your condolences. Clerk, kindly proceed to call those orders.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, Division. Order number 9, Committee of the Whole. The Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, Division. Order number 10, Committee of the Whole. The Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, Division. Order number 11, Committee of the Whole. The Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024, Division. Order number 12, Committee of the Whole. The Labor Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, Division. Order number 13, Committee of the Whole. The Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2025, Division. Order number 14, Committee of the Whole. The County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, Division.
Senator Rise.
Honorable Senators, we are now in the Committee of the Whole, and we are about to go into division. Sergeant at Arms, please ring the bell for 5 minutes.
Well, the division bell is currently on. The members of the Senate have started considering or are about to start considering the bills that are at the committee of the whole house stage. There are about 7 bills that the members of the Senate this afternoon would like to conclude on. These particular bills at the committee of the whole house. That is the priority business of the day. The quorum bell, the division bell is on for the members to be able to ensure that the quorum is present for the division to be able to take place on these bills. Remember, the committee of the whole, that's where if there were any amendments that members of the Senate had proposed or had made to any of the bills, that is up for consideration in this particular stage. That is the point that the amendments were considered and either adopted or rejected. These bills will be considered this afternoon for the members to be able to dispense with on this matter. The bills have been they have been coming up for division, and this afternoon the members are looking to be able to conclude on them. One of the bills is the Labor Migration and Management number 2 bill, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 42 of 2024, sponsored by the Honorable Senator Tabitha Mutinda. This is actually a bill that seeks to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya, and to safeguard the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers. This is a bill that seeks to consolidate the laws relating to labor migration and proposes to repeal sections of the Labor Institutions Act and Employment Act. So this is a bill that members of the Senate managed to debate on it at the second reading stage. There were proposals or amendments that were given regarding this bill, and they were considered at the committee of the whole. So what is coming up is that the members will be going into divisions on these bills. That is the quorum bill. This bill also seeks to provide for the registration of private employment agencies and the cancellation of such registration. It also provides for the execution of security bond by private employment agencies engaged in the employment of workers for foreign employment. The security bond is intended to be used in the repatriation, also for payment of wages and other entitlements in the event of default by the private employment agency or the employer. Allow me to hand you over back to the business.
Honorable Senators, we've not attained the requisite quorum delegation. Please ring the bell for another 5 minutes.
The quorum bell for the division is still on. the House has not corrected yet for it to be able to get into the division stage for the bills that are lined up for consideration at the division stage at the Committee of the Whole. Remember, each of the delegation shall be voting on each of these bills. The quorum needed is 24 for the division to be able to take place. However, it has been indicated that the quorum has not been attained yet, and therefore a further 5-minute quorum bell be on. This is, of course, to be able to alert members of the Senate that the process of division is yet to commence, owing to the quorum hitch, and that their presence inside the chamber is highly needed for the House to correct and proceed with that particular matter. Remember, these are bills that have been considered already at the Committee of the Whole after being debated at the second reading stage. And that means that this is a point that the bill need to move on to the next stage if it will be voted for at the Committee of the Whole. The next stage will be the third reading. So the bills cannot move on to the next stage until this particular stage is over and done with. So the priority business for the members of the Senate this afternoon has been to be able to dispense with these bills at the Committee of the Whole at the division stage. So the bell is just to ensure that that particular standing order is adhered to regarding the quorum that is needed for the division to be able to take place, at least 24 senators, and each of them shall be voting on the bills to be able to ensure that the House has the required votes for the bill either to move on to the next stage or not, or for any considerations regarding the bills to be able to move on to the next stage. So that is what is currently happening. We shall be waiting to understand or hear from the chair whether that quorum has been attained for it to be able to move on to that particular stage. This is as provided for in the House Standing Order 83 on county delegations. And it indicates that on election, all senators who are registered as voters in a particular county shall collectively constitute a single delegation for purposes of paragraph 2 that regards the voting process, that says, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution in any matter in the Senate affecting counties, each county delegation shall have one vote to be cast on behalf of the county by the head of the county delegation, or in the absence of the head of the delegation by another member of the delegation designated by the head of the delegation. The person who votes on behalf of a delegation shall determine whether or not to vote in support of or against the matter after consulting the other members of the delegation. So this is the division stage, and this is the matter that relates to the business that is currently on the floor of the House. The quorum is what? The members are just waiting, or the House is just waiting to attain for it to be able to consider the divisions for this particular bill. One of the bills that I had indicated earlier was the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, a bill originating from the Senate. This is number 42 of 2024, a bill that seeks to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya to safeguard the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers, an issue that has been a concern in the country regarding those seeking work or seeking job opportunities abroad that is away from home. So this is a bill that seeks to provide or basically to ensure that those concerns that have been the quorum may have been achieved now. We should be waiting to hear from the chair whether that quorum has been attained for the division process to be able to start inside the House. Remember, this is one of the key or priority business that the members of the Senate this afternoon had planned to dispense with. On the bills, about 7 of them are lined up for consideration at the division stage at the committee of the whole. So once the quorum has been raised, or once that the chair confirms that the quorum has been raised for the process to be able to continue, then it shall continue to ensure that this particular business, the members manage to dispense with. The quorum bell has stopped, but of course we can see the leader of the majority party of the Senate counting the members inside the chamber. Let's listen in to the speaker.
Please, can everybody take their seat? Senator Cherarke, please take your seat. Are you okay? Are you okay? Okay, honorable senators, if you settle down, we will go through this very fast. Sergeant at Arms, please close the door and draw the bars. And please remove all unattended cards. Honorable senators, can the majority and minority ascertain the numbers we have in the House, please? Honorable senators, we are in the Committee of the Whole to consider the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, considering His Excellency the President's recommendations.
Here's the question. Tell them you proceed to put the question on the reservation.
I proceed to put the question that the President's recommendation to delete clauses 2, 3, and 4 be approved. So what do Honorable senators, I'll notify you they are uploading the question shortly. Honorable Senators, I wish to bring to your attention that this is a presidential recommendation. To approve the presidential recommendation, you need only 24 delegations. To reject the president's recommendations, you need 2/3, which is 32 delegations. Senators, you may proceed to vote. The next one. As we prepare. Honorable Senators, this is to announce the results for this division. The ayes 24, the nays 1, the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, now we move on to the next bill, the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to clauses 1, 7, 12, 19, 38, 53, and to introduce a new clause 43A be approved. Honorable Senators, you may now vote. Honorable Senators, these are the results for that division. The ayes 24, the nays 1, the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we are now proceeding to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024. I put the question that the National Assembly amendment to clause 2 and to delete clause 4 be approved. Honorable Senators, the results for this division: the ayes 0, the nays 26, abstentions 0. The nays have it. Next. Next is which one?
Public finance. Public finance, we have a number of divisions.
Will vote. This is
Public finance management.
what is it?
So we're going to divisions on the public finance management bill. Eh?
Which one is it?
It's here, number 11.
Honorable Senators, we now move on to the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4, Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Please, can I? Division on new clauses. I put the question that new clauses 1A, 1B, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, 3H, 31, 3I, 3J, 3K, 3L, 3M, 3N, 3O, 3P, 3Q, and 3R be now read a second time. I put the question, no. Members, you may now vote. Huh? No. They're voting yes, tell them. Honorable Senators, this is a vote on the Public Finance Management Bill, amendments, the new clauses, proposed new clauses. It's yes. There are senators who have not voted. Please vote. It's okay. We'll call them to the table. Can we call them? Who are those?
We have Senator Cherarkey.
Senator Cherarkey, you have not voted. Senator Mazzayo.
Senator Mogeni and Senator Osotsi.
Senator Osotsi. And Senator Mogeni. Please vote. Honorable Senators, we now move on to all clauses. No, clauses with amendments. I put the question that clauses 2 and 4 be part of the bill. You may now vote. I put the question that clauses 2 and 4 be amended as proposed. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, I now move to all clauses. I put the question that Clause 2 as amended, Clause 3, Clause 4 as amended, new Clause 1A, new Clauses 1B, not new Clause 1B, new Clause 3A, new Clause 3B, new Clause 3C, new Clause 3D, new Clause 3E, new Clause 3F, new Clause 3G, new Clause 3H, new Clause 31, new Clause, no, sorry, new Clause 3I, new Clause 3J, new Clause 3K, new Clause 3L, new Clause 3M, new Clause 3N, new Clause 3O, new Clause 3P, new Clause 3Q, new Clause 3R, the title and Clause 1 be part of the bill. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, I'll now read the results for this particular division, these divisions. On the first division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the second division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the third division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, the abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we are now proceeding to the Labor, Migration and Management number 2, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. I put the question now we move to division on clauses with amendments. I put the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, 26, 43, and 49 be amended as proposed. You may now vote. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, please vote. You have a few seconds left. There are some who have not voted. There is a senator who has not voted. Just cross-check. Senator Professor, have you voted? We now move to all clauses. I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 as amended, 19 as amended, 20 as amended, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 as amended, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 as amended, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49 as amended, 50, 51, the schedule, clause 2, the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, these are the results for that division. For the first division, the ayes 25, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the second division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we now proceed to the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Division on new clauses. I put the question that new clauses 1A, 2A, 3A, 5A, 6A, 8A, 12A, 16A, 18 be now read a second time. You may now vote. One person has not voted. Mundigi, umepiga? Prof, have you called? Have you voted? Yes. We now move to clauses with amendments. Oh. Okay, so not yet. We now move to clauses with amendments. I put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, no, 3, 4, 6, 3, Honorable Senators, on clauses with amendments, I put the question that clauses 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and clause 2 be amended as proposed. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, we now move to all clauses. I put the question that Clause 3 as amended, Clause 4 as amended, Clause 5, Clause 6 as amended, Clause 7 as amended, Clause 8 as amended, Clause 9, Clause 10 as amended, Clause 11 as amended, Clause 12 as amended, Clause 13, Clause 14 as amended, Clause 15 as amended, Clause 16, Clause 17 as amended, new Clause 2A, new Clause 3A, new Clause 5A, new Clause 6A, new Clause 8A, new Clause 12A, new Clause 16A, new Clause 18, Clause 2 as amended, Clause 1A, is that new clause? New Clause 1A, the title, and Clause 1 be part of the bill. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, these are the results for that division. On the first division, the ayes 25, nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the second division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, the abstentions 0. The ayes have it. On the third division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, the abstentions 0. The ayes have it. We now proceed to the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Division on clauses with amendments. I put the question that Clause 2 and Clause 3 be amended as proposed. You may now vote. The County Government's Elections Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Senator Lengwe, please vote.
No, he's not. He has to come and
Senator Lelengwe, can you approach the chair, please? Honorable Senators, we now move on division on all clauses. I put the question that clause 2 as amended, clause 3 as amended, the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. You may now vote. Honorable Senators, I now wish to read the results for that division. The first division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. For the second division, the ayes 25, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we will now move to reporting. And I would like to urge all senators to stay put. The remaining processes will not take a lot of time so that we finalize. I will now move on to call the mover on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. Senate Majority Leader.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the President's memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill number 45 and its approval of the recommendations on clauses 2, 3, and 4 thereof.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, and its approval of the recommendations on clauses 2, 3, and 4 thereof. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next is reporting of progress on the reporting on the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023. Mover? Who's the mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I do beg to report to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and its approval thereof. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now report on the election offences amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024. Mover?
Honorable, to move that, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the election offences amendment bill number 2, bill Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and its rejection thereof.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the election offences amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and its rejection. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move to reporting on the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4, Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the PFM Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move to the reporting on the top. It's not labor. The labor. Where's the labor? Honorable Senators, we are now reporting on the Labor, Migration and Management number 2, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Labor, Migration and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move to the reporting of the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move. That the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We now move to reporting of the County Government Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Mover.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable Senators, I put the question that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the County Amendments Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker.
Under Senators, we are now reporting on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, excuse me. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 45 of 2022, and approved the recommendation on clauses 2, 3, and 4.
Very well. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Senator Eddie Okech to second.
Senator Eddie Okech. Senator Eddie Okech, MP.
See, it's not CBS. Until you say CBS chair, but I second.
Okay, Senator Chalgay, can you be a bit settled? Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. Aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. So, Honorable Senators, we have now concluded the consideration of the President's Memorandum on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022, and approved the recommendations on clauses 2, 3, and 4. There will be no land reading. A message will be sent to the National Assembly on the decision of the Senate on the bill. Next. Chairperson, we are now reporting on the bill of the Committee of the Whole on the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Mover.
Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I request Senator Eddie Okech to second.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Chair, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. Aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Therefore, Honorable Senators, we have now concluded the consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, and approved the amendments to clauses 1, 7, 12, 19, 38, 53, and the introduction of a new clause 43A. There will be no land reading. Consequently, the bill will be referred to His Excellency the President for assent. Thank you. Next is, we are reporting now on the bill by the Committee of the Whole, the Election Offences Amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered and rejected the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024.
Mover? Okay.
I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Senator Eddie Okech to second.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Chair, I second.
I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we have now concluded the consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the election offences, amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, and rejecting the National Assembly amendments. The bill will be referred to amendation committee. We are now reporting, this is the reporting of the bill by the Committee of the Whole, the Public Finance Management, Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
The mover.
Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I request the Senator for Kisumu, Professor Tom Ojienda, to second.
Senator Professor Tom Ojienda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
So, Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As many as of those of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Move that the Public Finance Management Amendment Act, Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2024 be now read a third time. I request Senator Professor Ojienda to second.
Professor Ojienda.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
I propose the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024 be now read at that time. I put the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024 be now read at that time. We are going to the division. Okay. Very well, let us finish on the reporting and then we'll vote thereafter together. Okay, since we are reporting, we don't need actually the quorum to be present, but therefore now you can open the door and withdraw the bars. But please don't move out. There is a reason why I've done that. I wanted to accommodate more senators who are out there to come in.
Please don't go. Ngoja tumalize. Abdul, please.
Who are the senators who are at the door? Senator Abdul and Senator Abdul, kindly just give us 5 minutes. Yeah, let's report on the labor migration and management number 2, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Chairperson. Labor migration.
You haven't given me the labor migration one. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Labor Migration and Management Bill number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Over. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the labor migration and sorry, apologies. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I request Senator Ediokech to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose a question that the House do agree with the committee in the Senate report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the Senate report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Labor Migration and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2024, be now read a third time. Senator Ediokech to second.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose a question that the Labor Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, now will be laid at that time. I put the question that the Labor Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, be now laid at that time. Division at the end. Next, let's report on the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Senator Professor Ugenda to second.
Senator Professor Tom Ugenda.
I second.
Therefore, I propose a question that the Senate do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question that the Senate do agree with the committee in the same report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2024, be now read a third time. I request Senator Professor Ugenda to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Senator Professor, you wait to be given the mic by the Speaker. Senator Professor Tom Ugenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second.
I propose the question that the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, be now read at that time. I put the question that the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024, be now read at that time. Division at the end. This is the last reporting on the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well, mover.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg to move that the Senate do agree with the committee on the said report.
New proposer, seconder.
And I request Senator Beatrice Ogola to second.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. As many as of similar opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2024, be now read a third time.
Still Senator Beatrice Ogola seconding?
Yes.
Or you have changed your mind?
No,
Senator Kajwang?
No. I would like the honor to go to my colleague, Beatrice Ogola. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Beatrice.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, be now read at that time. I put the question that the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024, be now read at that time. So now, Honorable Senators, we are going to the 4 divisions. So, you're calling the quorum bill for 1 minute. Now, 1 minute is over. You close the doors and withdraw the bus. Close the doors and no senator should leave the chamber. Can I confirm whether you have numbers for the division? Okay. let us try to get the quorum. So open the doors and withdraw the bars. Open the doors and withdraw the bars and ring the quorum bell for 3 minutes. I request honorable senators, let us just finish up this small business before us. Okay, Sergeant at arms, now close the doors and draw the bars. Honorable Senators, you know I can see the mood of the House is that the Senators want to go for prayers and others to do other important businesses. So therefore, I request you to be very observant because we want to vote in less than 5 minutes. One bill after the other because I already put the questions. So just be very attentive, very keen on the dashboards. Let's proceed. We start with the Public Finance Management Amendment number 4 bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2024. Proceed and vote. Senator Andy. Matinga. Sergeant at arms, there is a bit of confusion, so kindly withdraw all the unattended cards. Okay, Honorable Senators, now going to the division on the labor, migration, and management number 2, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Vote, Senators, be very attentive and vote. Four senators have not voted so far. we go to the next division? We are now on the division on the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Senators vote, close in and vote. Senators who have not voted. And check, confirm. Senator Omtata Okoiti, Senator Andy Okech. Approach the table and vote manually. This is now the last division on the County Government's Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Honorable Senators, proceed and vote. Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division at the third reading. The results of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 Bill, ayes 25, nays 0, abstention 0, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes.
Results for the river migration and management number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024. Ayes 25, nays 0, abstention 0, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya, safeguard the rights of welfare of job seekers and migrant workers and for connected purposes.
Next is the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2024. Ayes 25, nays 0, abstention 0, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Tobacco Control Act to regulate electronic nicotine delivery systems, including electronic cigarettes and related products and for connected purposes.
The last but not the least, the County Government Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2024. Ayes 25, nays 0. All the senators, are you reasoning at the results? Nays, abstention 0, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Elections Act and the County Governments Act to provide for nomination of members of County Assembly to represent marginalized groups and for connected purposes.
Now, Sergeant Anthams, you can withdraw, open the doors and withdraw the bars. And thank you, Senators, for your patience this afternoon. We have really done quite some considerable job this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. Honorable Senators, at this juncture, you know, we had some minutes to eulogize our departed brother. Therefore, if you can refresh your request, then I can be able to know who is interested to pass condolences. Senator Nderito John Kinyua.
Asanti sana Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii ya kupeana risala za rambirambi kwa niaba ya watu wa Laikipia na niaba yangu mwenyewe na kusema pole sana kwa kumpoteza kiongozi ambaye ni shujaa, mbunge wa Emuru Dikil, Johanna Ng'eno. Na ikumbukwe kwamba Johanna Ng'eno ni kiongozi ambaye aliongea fikra zake bila ya kuogopa na kusema ya kwamba yeye kile ambacho aliamini alikisema. Bwana Spika, vile vile alikuwa ni mtu ambaye aliamini utamaduni. Vile vile aliamini kuwainua wale ambao ni wanyonge waliokuwa chini. Ndiposa Bwana Spika, kila wakati nilimuona katika kusema ya kwamba wale ambao ni waimbaji alihudhuria hafla zao Bwana Spika na kuwachangia. Kwa hivyo tunamwomboleza kiongozi ambaye alikuwa na msimamo dhabiti, kiongozi ambaye alijitolea kuwainua wale walio chini. Bwana Spika, mimi namkumbuka, alikuwa ni mtu ambaye ni mcheshi, mtu mwenye furaha. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu wa Laikipia, sisi tunaambia familia yake mjane pamoja na vile vile familia ya wale ambao waliokuwa nao, tunataka kusema pole sana, na tuambie ya kwamba tuna imani na tunatumaini kwa sababu yeye alituacha akiwa bado katika ile hali ya kutumikia wananchi. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu wa Laikipia tunasema pole na tunamtakia apate awekwe ambapo kuna kolazwa watu wale wema na vile vile wale waliokuwa naye. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Next is Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise with immense grief and sorrow to eulogize and to convey my condolences to the family of our departed colleague, the Honorable Johanna Ng'eno, and the 5 others who also perished with him in that drastic helicopter crash. Mr. Speaker, it's easy to talk about Honorable Johanna Ng'eno and forget about the 5 others. And I'd like to convey my condolences to them, their families, and their loved ones, and pray that God will comfort them during this moment. What happened to Honorable Ng'eno and his entourage could happen to any of us, Mr. Speaker. The captain or the pilot of that helicopter, Captain George Were, is a man that is known to many of us. He has flown some of us. The vessel that went down, Mr. Speaker, because in this country, you don't have too many helicopters. In fact, in that space, the helicopters are almost like matatus, because if you are not endowed to own one, then you have to rent one. So the helicopters are just like Ubers, and you don't choose who's going to drive you. And so pilot George Were has piloted some of us, that particular vessel. We have used it previously, and it could happen to anybody. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Johanna Ng'eno was my personal friend. When I came to Senate in 2015, it was the 11th Parliament. You do recall, Mr. Speaker, I believe you are sitting in the other house. The Honorable Johanna Ng'eno at that time was still a bachelor. And when I came, he offered to show me around Parliament. He went beyond showing me the corridors of Parliament. He took me to Kilimani and several other places and tried to give me an orientation in the city. Mr. Speaker, I was very happy when he got married in 2018 because it slowed him down. He went under the radar a little bit. He went back to school. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to pray that the young family left behind, the children, that God will hold their hands. At the end of the day, all that we do is vanity. At the end of the day, we must ask ourselves, what will our children say on that fateful day if we were to expire suddenly like the Honorable Johanna Ng'eno? He definitely did his stuff in the right manner because the whole nation is in consensus that he was a good leader, he was a good man, he was a good husband and a good father. May the Lord comfort the family and the rest of the victims of that crash, and may we reflect on that so that when we pass laws, let it not be for our personal good, let it be for the good of our children, for the children of our children, let it be a fit inheritance for the next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next is Senator Kenyuri Hesse Anyeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to convey my condolences to the people of Narok County, Emurua Dikri, and the family of the late Johanna Ng'eno. In Johanna, they lost a compassionate and straightforward speaking leader. And Mr. Speaker, I had a short interaction for the time I have been in Parliament, and he was a kind of a legislator whom you really would want to emulate. He would defend the interests of his people without looking at which side of the political divide he stood. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to send my condolences to the family of Nixon Kosgei. Nixon was a personal friend. If I recount the moments he captured during my mom's retirement ceremony, I just feel so sorry that we had to lose him at such a time. The same to Carlos, he's a colleague previously in my workstation. So these were people who were well known to me, and I really feel sorry that we lost them in this manner. May their souls rest in eternal peace. But one thing to note, the late Ng'eno surrounded himself with young people to an extent that he trusted them with his photography, movements, and very many other aspects around his leadership. That's one thing we need to emulate, because when young people are given a platform, they surely can show what they are able to offer. And you see, they died in the line of duty. So, Mr. Speaker, let their soul rest in peace. And during this time of heavy rainfall, let our aviation industry really give proper advice so that we don't suffer whatever loss we have suffered anytime soon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Montent Mbete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also join you and my colleagues in eulogizing our colleague, the late Honorable Ngong. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Ngong was a great man. He's died a warrior in this country, a person who was always fighting for his people, and for sure, for even all the Kenyans who came to know about him, they came to know about him because of the way he was fighting for his people. So we've lost a warrior, we've lost a great leader, and to his young family, I want to send my sincere condolences. Mr. Speaker, death is very painful. Having lost my husband 1 year ago tomorrow, I can only imagine what that family is going through. And what we can do for now is just pray for them to be comforted, and also pray for the other souls which also perished in that crash. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to send my condolences to the pilot of that flight, the late Colonel retired Captain Were. Captain Were was well known to me. He's a person I've flown with many times on the same chopper which crashed. And I can only say that Captain Were was a very, very experienced pilot. Really, death, when it comes calling, no one and nothing can stop it. To the family of Captain Were, may God comfort you. May God be with you during these hard times. And what we can say, we are going to pray for them, and we are going to be with them at this very difficult time. Thank you.
Senator Mudigi Alexander.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia mjadala inaendelea kwa wale walipata ajali ya ndege. Mmoja ni Mheshimiwa Ng'eno. Tulikuwa fanya kazi na yeye, na pia na wale wengine watano yangu nikiwa senator wa Embu County na familia yangu na watu wa Embu County. Wote tunasema ni pole kwa mheshimiwa na wale wengine. Kifo, hakuna mtu anaweza simamisha kifo kwa sababu Mungu mwenyewe ndiye alitulete. Kwa hivyo wale wameondoka, tuwe na roho safi, waweze kwenda salama, kwa sababu tunajua katika Biblia ni sisi tutawakuta. Lakini ningesema saa nyingine mambo ya ajali hatuwezi uliza swali, lakini ningeomba waendeshaji wa pikipiki ama wa gari ama wa ndege, wakati kunafaa kuwe saa nyingine mtu hawa akiangalia hewa iko namna gani, ndio hawa waendeshaji wa ndege ndio tusiwe napata mambo kama hiyo imetokea. Ama kama wale wanaangalia mambo ya hitilafu ya ndege wao wakiangalia, na pia ndio tusiweze kupata mambo kama hii tena. Kwa hiyo mimi ikiwa Central Embu County nasema ni pole, na nyinyi familia muweze kukaa vizuri, na pia mnajua vile baba yenu na ule mwingine walikuwa wanataka kukaa, mkae na amani, na tunajua siku moja tutakuta wale. Kwa hiyo nikiwa Central Embu County, Alexander Munyi Modigi, nalete rambirambi zangu pamoja na watu wa Embu County. Pole sana, Madam Speaker.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to pass my condolences to the family of the Honorable Johanna Ng'eno and the 5 other passengers that unfortunately perished in that plane crash. It has always been said that you live only once, but if you do it right, one is enough. And I think Honorable Ng'eno fits that particular bill. He's a man who has lived once and lived it right. Speaker, hearing the tributes that have come from his constituents, from his community, from his family, and the people around him, and those of us who are his colleagues, Madam Speaker, it tells you that Honorable Ng'eno was a great man. Madam Speaker, without belaboring what has been said by most of our colleagues about Honorable Ng'eno, the one thing that I would want to point out about him is that he wore the crown of where he comes from with a lot of pride, Madam Speaker. We have been made to always believe and think that once we embrace our culture, once we embrace our traditions, we are tribal and we are fanning ethnicity, Madam Speaker. But Honorable Ng'eno was one such a leader who was always very proud to be associated with the Kipsigis culture, the Kipsigis people. You saw that there was one cultural event that he used to sponsor, I think, annually, using his own money, Madam Speaker, so that he can keep growing their culture, so that he can keep growing the things that they believe in as a community, Madam Speaker. I also send my condolences to the families, the 5 families of the people who perished in that particular plane crash, Madam Speaker. I would also want to commit his very young family, Madam Speaker, to God, because it is such a difficult time, Madam Speaker. Even as the constituents have lost their leader, we have 2 young people who have lost their father. We have a young lady who has lost her husband, Madam Speaker. And I think the only person who can comfort them enough is God. So we offer our prayers, we offer our condolences, and we ask that the soul of our colleague rest in eternal peace.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to join my colleagues in eulogizing a very brave leader in Honorable Ng'eno. Madam Speaker, I would like to pass my deepest condolences to the family of Honorable Ng'eno and to the families of all those who perished with him, the pilot and the team that was Ng'eno's team. It's a very sad time for us as Parliament because we lost a very dynamic young man at a time when he was growing politically. We have lost as a country, but we know the pain of the family is more than that. I want to pray, to pass my prayers to the families that God may comfort all of them. I got to know Ng'eno just a little bit, Madam Speaker, when he surprised me one day and said, I am at the gate of your farm. And I said, Ng'eno, I am not even in the farm. What are you up to? Come visiting me without telling me. Then he says, Madam, I'm not visiting you. I'm visiting your cows. So I said, visiting my cows? He said, yes, just tell somebody to open the gate so that I go and visit your cows, because that's what I want. So I called and I said, can you allow the Honorable Ng'eno to go and visit the cows he wants to visit? So he went to my dairy farm. Half an hour later, he calls me and he said, there is a cow I will not leave. I said, which one? He said, I have found one cow here, which I really like, and you can give me the price, but I'm going with it. And that was the story between me and Ng'eno. He got a cow. He said, you know, I'm starting my family, and I want a cow that gives milk, because the herd that I have is large, but we don't have animals. That's the man I know, and a very kind-hearted person, very warm person, very welcoming person, full of humor, but he was a rising star. May the Lord rest him in eternal peace, and we pray that the family is comforted, the young family is comforted, and they grow with the cover of God. Thank you.
Senator Murgor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to add my voice to those of my colleagues, expressing that Honorable Ng'eno is a person that has touched many lives, especially the young ones. And his influence has gone across regions, across cultures, across ages and set groups, such that he was a very fitting person with the young people. He has gone cross-cultural and especially fitting into many cultures. He has come to Pokot many times and danced Pokot style, and has even brought young people from his constituency to dance with Pokot young people. And they fitted in very well. And he was such a charm to them all. And then he has uplifted artists, young people in music and culture, such that some of them have actually been economically empowered by Ng'eno himself and his friends that he took to places to uplift young people economically, those artists and cultural practitioners. And then he has also helped those that needed school fees and so on, so that they can remain in schools and in colleges. And so I say, send my condolences from myself and my family and West Pokot to Ng'eno and those 5 others that perished with him. May the good Lord rest their souls in eternal peace. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this chance to add my voice to the cries of all the Kenyans, to the cries of the constituents of our brother, our fallen colleague, Honorable Ng'eno, and to all the other 5 members that lost their lives in the tragic accident that befell this country just few days ago. Madam Speaker, Mheshimiwa Ng'eno was somebody who fought for social justice. You could see that he stood with his constituents in all the challenges that befell them. And Madam Speaker, that is the requirement that all Kenyans look forward to get from all their representatives. Madam Speaker, this is a man that had no boundaries in the service that he gave to Kenyans. You can see that he flew all the way to support the artist. And Madam Speaker, while coming back, Madam Speaker, we looked at a man that was enthusiastic, and you could see that he was probably looking forward to getting to another event to serve other Kenyans. As we condole with his family, which we see as a very young family, we saw a young lady with young children, Madam Speaker. We know that the Lord gives and the Lord takes away, and the Lord will protect and look after them. But along with Mheshimiwa, Madam Speaker, we also condole with the families who lost their loved ones. Madam Speaker, the life of this young teacher touched my heart. He was called Carlos. That was a young man, and we all saw the mother being interviewed. And we saw a mother who was looking forward to security from their son. And this is a man that had gotten recently unemployment and was looking forward to improving not only his life, but the life of his family. Along with the cameraman, along with the pilot, Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of what befell my constituency, in their constituency in 2020. 1 minute, in 2012, Madam Speaker, when we lost the late Joshua Roa Jode with the Saitoti, Madam Speaker. It's some.
Give her 1 minute to finish. Please wind in 1 minute.
I thank you. I thank you, Madam Speaker. As we condole with this family, we encourage all Kenyans to feel as one, especially at this time as we bid farewell to the fallen heroes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Allow me to join the rest of the senators in mourning the fallen heroes. That is Honorable Ng'eno and the 5 staffs who were on board with him in the plane crash. I used to admire this name, Emurua Dikir, just because it was making headlines sometimes back. And I got interested to know who was this man pushing this constituency to the limelight. And I came to discover a gentleman called Honorable Ng'eno, alias Ngong. I want to join the rest in embracing the attributes that were exhibited by Honorable Ng'eno in his line of duty. One, we realized that he was a great lands rights advocate, a champion of development, a unifier, a cultural champion, just following the task that he had come from in bridging communities in Entebbe. So to me, he was such an epitome of servant leadership, and these are the attributes that we as leaders need to emulate. That he was a people-centered kind of leader, and he had grassroots focus for his people all the time. He was also a principled and resilient leader, and I also want to echo his support for the young generation. Madam Speaker, I beg for your protection from Senator Mofaya.
Senator
a minute,
Mofaya,
please.
Don't interfere with the...
Thank you for that protection. So I want us to embrace his support and also emulate the idea of embracing the young generation. Let us learn to support their innovations and even support their industry, following what has been talked about, Mheshimiwa Ng'eno. To the young widow, I want to assure her that let her lift her eyes upon the Lord. A minute, I finish? Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. That let her lift her eyes upon the Lord, for he cares. Our Lord is omnipresent to the widows and to the orphans. I know widowhood is not a bed of roses, but she will manage. So I join the rest, and I pray that may perpetual light shine upon Honorable Ng'eno's soul and the rest of the 5 members who perished in the crash. May God grant us solace and fortitude. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Wakoli.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii tuweze kupeana pole na rambirambi kwa familia ya mbunge Johanna na rubani wa ndege hiyo na wenzio waliokuwa katika ndege hiyo. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kupoteza mbunge ambaye alikuwa amejitolea muhanga kutetea watu wa jamii yake, wapiga kura wa eneo bunge lake, na kutetea hadhi ya binadamu katika nchi ya Kenya. Yeye vile vile ameweza kutupa moyo na ari ya kutetea haki zetu kama Wakenya, na ndivyo kama jumba la Senate lazima vile vile tujiunge na mbinu na tabia na hulka za mheshimiwa marehemu kutetea hadhi ya Wakenya katika gatuzi letu. Mheshimiwa Spika, namhurumia mkewe na watoto, nahurumia jamii hiyo, kwa sababu tuliona jinsi alivyokuwa nakabiliana na nyenzo za kisalama za nchi hii kutetea wasiokuwa na silaha. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba tu Mungu awape nguvu na uwezo wapiga kura wa eneo hilo, kwamba watapata kiongozi ambaye ataweza kuvaa viatu hivyo na kuendelea kupigania mashamba yao, misitu yao, heshima yao, kazi zao katika nchi ya Kenya. Kwa sababu pasipo kiongozi mwenye msimamo kama Yohana, bila shaka nchi huyumba na jamii usambaratika. Nawatakia kila laheri familia, Mungu awape nguvu. Nawatakia wapiga kura eneo hilo, Mungu awape ukakamavu wa kukubali kwamba yeye ndiye utoa na yeye ndiye upeana, na vile vile mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza kwa kumpoteza kijana shupavu ambaye alikuwa anaongoza na nyota yake ilikuwa imeng'aa, na Mungu apokee nafsi zao katika makao yake kule mbinguni. Asante sana Yohana, tutakutana baadaye. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also this opportunity so that I can also give my condolences to the family of the late Johanna Ng'eno. Madam Speaker, the death of Johanna Ng'eno is a tragic loss to the nation, and especially to the people of Emuru Dikir constituency and also the Kipsigis community, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I interacted closely with Mheshimiwa Ng'eno because he was my counterpart at the National Assembly on the matters committees, because he was the chair housing, and at one time I was also a chair housing, Madam Speaker. And we could interact, and especially when the budget making process was being done. And I can tell he was a man who was supporting the ideas of the Senate when it comes to fighting for the counties. And anything that affected counties, we could agree in most cases, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a sad moment for all of us. And this I can relate to one occasion where I went to a funeral in Western Kenya some years back, Madam Speaker. And I was seated to somebody who was mourning and crying. And he could cry and say, "Why did you take Wanyonyi? Why did you take Wanyonyi? Why did you take Wanyonyi? Why didn't you take this one?" And he pointed at my friend, Madam Speaker. I think at this particular time, I can actually say, why did you take Ng'eno? Why did you take Ng'eno? Why did you take Ng'eno? Why didn't you take this one? I don't know which one, Madam Speaker, but why Ng'eno? Because he is one of the people that we emulated when we were running for this public office, Madam Speaker. The way he was fighting for his people when land grabbers would come and try to take their land, he would stand by his people. And that's what we learned, and that's what we do even today in our counties. Whenever somebody tries to touch land that belongs to the community, we stand because we could see someone who was fighting for his people. Madam Speaker, he'll be remembered. And there was a clip of him saying that if he died, he would be remembered for the next 200 years. Madam Speaker, for an MP who was there for 3 consecutive terms, Madam Speaker, it tells you that his people loved him, his people loved his leadership, and they wanted him to be there because they knew they had a fighter who will never allow anybody to take a piece of their land, a piece of their community, or a piece of their share of whatever, Mr. Speaker, their people are fighting for or would.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Johanna Ng'eno was a friend, and many times we would meet around this precincts of Parliament for different reasons. But maybe the most memorable occasion was when the late Ng'eno came to Tana River County as the chair for housing and lands when we were doing the processes of public participation for the affordable housing laws that we were passing. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we finished the processes, I invited him to come and see the crocodiles at the Great River Tana. And I saw the funny bit of the Honorable Ng'eno, because as brave as he was, as a strong man as he was, when we went near the river, we told him, let us now get into the canoes. He said he would never enter the river. We told him, no, it is safe, but he refused, he completely refused. And at the end of it, we had a great time. He didn't participate in crocodile eating, but I can tell you we had a great time, and his visit was memorable to the people of Tana River. And we thank him because we were able to identify the sites for the construction of the affordable housing. He was able to take our views, and we supported the affordable housing processes until the laws became a reality. I want to say this, Madam Speaker, to the people of Emurua Dikir, may God give you the heart of comfort during this difficult time. To his family, Madam Speaker, I pray for the young children that he left behind, the wife who has really not stayed for him for long, because less than 10 years is not really an old marriage. We want to ask God to comfort them and the rest of Kenyans. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mofaya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me join my colleagues in mourning our departed brother, my brother Ng'eno. I have had some very minimal interactions with Ng'eno, but I admire his spirit. Madam Speaker, Honorable Ng'eno served with passion and dedication. He actually lived behind his constituency. He had a big, very good name for himself for the last 2-3 terms that he has been in Parliament. Was this gentleman who was known across Rift Valley, across Kenya. I picked his passion for representation, especially when he was trying to fight for the rights of his people in Narok. And I captured some very positive attributes to his lifestyle. Madam Speaker, I think the spirit that way in Ng'eno can be easily be found in me. That is why he was a friend from diaspora through my own way of thinking. And it's a very sad, Madam Speaker, that we have lost such an industrious young person who had just put up his house in place. And as a country, I'm actually reflecting on his sentiments that once he dies, maybe Kenyans would remember him for 200 years. Actually, it's not even 200 years, it's more than 200 years, because what he has built for the last 15 years as he has been in Parliament is not something that one would just dismiss. So, Madam Speaker, as a member of Tharaka-Nithi County, I want to express my deep apologies to the family, to the young family, and the people of his constituency and the entire nation as a whole. Let its soul rest in peace until we meet again, but not very soon.
Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to register my very sincere condolences to the family of our fallen colleague, Honorable Ng'eno. Madam Speaker, it's a very sad moment for the entire country. Madam Speaker, Honorable Ng'eno, we joined Parliament together in 2013. We have been in this place for now the 3 terms together. Madam Speaker, he used to call me Paker. I don't know what that meant in the Kalenjin language. What I know, Madam Speaker, is that he was a very good man. A man who defended his people, he defended his position with passion, and he stood for what was right, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really admired that about him. The fact that, Madam Speaker, it did not matter who was in the helm of the nation, Honorable Ng'eno will fight for what is just and what he believed was the rights of his people. Madam Speaker, I also sincerely register my condolences for the other families of the young people who are with Honorable Ng'eno, Madam Speaker. It is the ultimate sacrifice of friendship and of companionship that people do give to leaders. Madam Speaker, this makes me to appreciate those who work every day with me and with other leaders in our pursuit of serving the public, Madam Speaker. There are those who are always with us, our drivers, our bodyguards, our friends who are always there with us. And in such a tragedy, Madam Speaker, they pay the ultimate price. Madam Speaker, my very sincere condolences to the very young wife and their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Senator Mofire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51, 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the status of drought response and climate resilience in Kenya as of counties affected by drought. In the statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should look at the budgetary allocation for the 2025-2026 financial year to support drought response and recovery in ASO counties, including a breakdown of expenditure by program, activity, and implementation timeline. Number 2, Madam Speaker, the committee should also look at the current population facing acute food insecurity in affected ASO counties and the measures being implemented: food assistance, nutritional support, water provision, and livelihood interventions to address the crisis. Number 3, Madam Speaker, the committee should also look at the long-term drought resilience and crisis preparedness strategies, including scaling drought-tolerant crops, climatic smart agriculture, improved water resource management, and ecosystem restoration to reduce vulnerability, protect food security and livelihoods, and strengthen community adaptation to climate-related shocks. Number 4, Madam Speaker, the committee should look at the collaborations with development partners, NGOs, CBOs, and other stakeholders supporting drought response, recovery, and livelihood restoration with details on the nature and the scope of this partnership. And the last one, Madam Speaker, the committee should also look at the early warning systems for drought and climatic-related shocks and measures to strengthen them for timely information, dissemination, preparedness, and effective intervention. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Member of Parliament, Senator for Tharaka Nithi. Thank you.
Senator for Bungoma County, Senator David Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for statement on the status of public vocational training centers in Bungoma County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the status of public vocational training centers in Bungoma County. Number one, the number of public vocational training centers in Bungoma County, indicating their location by sub-county, ward, and their operational status, together with the approved capacity and actual enrollment in each center. Two, the trend in budget allocations to vocational training centers in Bungoma County over the last 4 financial years, 2022-2023 to date, including allocations to each center, actual disbursements and absorption rates, annual capitation per student, and whether it has been disbursed fully and on time, and any pending bills. 3, the number of institutions in each center, the number of instructors in each center, their areas of specialization, the student-to-tutor ratio, the breakdown between permanent and pensionable versus contract staff, the status and timelines of contract engagements, and the measures being taken by the county government to address staffing shortages. 4, the current condition of infrastructure in each center, including classrooms, workshops, laboratories, sanitation facilities, and hostels, and whether the centers comply with safety and accessibility standards. 5, the plans for rehabilitation or upgrading of dilapidated facilities, the tools, equipment procured for each center in the last 3 financial years, including procurement processes followed, instructor involvement in specification, quality assurance measures, and any complaints regarding standard and or incomplete supplies. 6, the mechanisms in place to monitor training quality, performance, and certification outcomes, the number of graduates in the last 3 years, and how many transitioned to employment or self-employment. 7, the county government's long-term strategy to improve the quality and competitiveness of vocational training centers, including collaboration with the national government agencies, industry, and development partners. Senator Wafula Wakoli, MP, Senator Bungoma County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Kisumu, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to seek a statement pursuant to Standing Order 53 from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a matter of national importance regarding the mass layoff of employees at Muhoroni Sugar Company. Madam Speaker, these layoffs have adversely affected hundreds of employees and their dependents and have had a significant impact on the economy of Kisumu County and the wider Sugar Belt region. In light of the company's previous state ownership and its strategic role in the local economy, Madam Speaker, concerns have arisen regarding compliance with the labor laws, protection of workers' rights, and mitigation of socio-economic consequences. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the number of employees affected, disaggregated by employment status and cadre, and the criteria applied in identifying those declared redundant, including the legal and administrative basis for the decision. 2, the state's obligations in respect of outstanding salary arrears, pension contributions, gratuities, statutory remittances, and all other accrued employee benefits arising from the layoffs at Moroni Sugar Company. 3, the fiscal implications of the layoffs, including any direct or contingent liabilities of the National Treasury and any obligations that remain unfunded or pending settlement. 4, the socio-economic interventions put in place by the ministry to cushion affected employees, their dependents, and wide cane growing community in Muhoroni and Kisumu County. 5, the oversight and accountability measures undertaken to ensure transparency, adherence to law, and compliance with constitutional and labor standards throughout the layoff process at Muhoroni Sugar Company. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I'll allow some comments, a few comments on the statements that have been made. I can see Senator Mungatana.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance to comment on the statement on the drought situation in the country. Madam Speaker, Tana River County is one of the most affected counties this year because we have gotten very little rain in the course of this year. Madam Speaker, I want to first of all say that the government has done a bit of good work. I particularly want to commend the national government through the minister in charge of public service, the Honorable Ruku, who has come to Tana River 3 times to make donations and supervise food distribution to vulnerable members of the community in Tana River County. Madam Speaker, the question I have is how does the national government, which is headquartered in Nairobi, do much more than the local government, which is headquartered in Hola, that has not done anything in terms of food relief, in terms of any effort, Madam Speaker, to mitigate the hunger issues. Madam Speaker, when the rains fail, the people of Tana River expect that the county government, led by the governor, would do something as an immediate measure, even before the national government does anything. But Madam Speaker, the kind of governor and the leadership that is there currently, you would find people of Nairobi are the ones of responding while our people are suffering. Madam Speaker, animals are dying, but there is no arrangement from the county government in terms of response to give them food or arrange for something. Water is scarce, but nothing is being arranged by the county government in terms of quick response. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take this floor to ask the county government of Tana River to wake up to its responsibility, Madam Speaker. What happens in that county, Madam Speaker, every time they hear of hunger or this kind of crisis, they just wait for the declaration that this is a national disaster so that procurement procedures are short-circuited. And then they look at it as an opportunity to make profit. And Madam Speaker, that's the only time that they stand up to do something, because they will be able to short-circuit the processes and give opportunities of money to people who are their cronies. Madam Speaker, up to today, they have not properly accounted for funds that were supposed to be used for emergency response to the people in past situations such as like this. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to urge that more caution be put this year. We want the governor, the CEC in charge of finance to know that we are looking at them. Madam Speaker, can you believe in that county, some time ago, the county government decides to make a response by ordering some relief truck carrying relief supplies. And when those relief supplies were en route, that truck broke down, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that was the end of the safari of that truck and the contingent of the food that was supposed to be brought to Tana River. Madam Speaker, that case went to the EACC. And the EACC took statements. Arrests have not been done to date. Madam Speaker, we want drought situations not to be used as opportunity to exploit poor people, vulnerable groups, Madam Speaker, because that is what they do in that county government. Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to tell EACC also to hurry up the files that are pending from Tana River County, especially the file on relief food. It is not one. Those files, Madam Speaker, they must take action because they wait for times like this, emergencies, this is what they want. And then they start doing funny things. So, Madam Speaker, I pray for action in that area. I thank you.
Senator Cherarke and Senator Wakoli, you have 3 minutes each, and then we finish. So mind each other. Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One, I want to commend Senator by statement by my law professor, my neighbor, Senator Professor Tomo Jenda, on Moroni Sugar Company layoff. Madam Speaker, we must be told what happened. The only problem I have with this statement, he has localized to Kisumu County. But I want to confirm that Nandi is part of Moroni, and I hope as this statement comes out, Madam Speaker, you know, you and me come from the sugar belt. We have suffered too much. If it is not the factory going under, it is workers being frustrated, Madam Speaker. So I want to believe that when this matter comes, I want to call upon the Agriculture Committee, where the Chief Whip still chairs, to come up with pragmatic. Madam Speaker, finally, is to appeal that most of these individuals that have been fired, they must be treated. Under Article 41, there is what we call labor rights. Let the labor rights be paid. If there is sufferance pay, be paid. The statutory deduction be remitted, and pension, Madam Speaker. Finally, on the issue of drought situation in Kenya, Madam Speaker, we are a victim of non-recommendation of OAG reports. The OAG did a report, and we ignored. They had proposed that for the address of the drought situation we have in the country at the moment, we needed around 50 billion Kenyan shillings to address the situation. And the role of National Drought and Management Authority, we must question. They must appear to tell us, because when you say 23 counties, more than 3.3 million Kenyans are in a danger of drought situation, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate. And therefore, finally, Madam Speaker, on this issue of national strategic grain reserve, we have, it is the paradox in this country. In the North Rift, Madam Speaker, there is a lot of food in our National Cereals and Produce Board. But in Mandera, a few kilometers, less than 500 kilometers, Kenyans are dying out of hunger. There is no livestock insurance cover. There is no feeds for the animals. It's very unfortunate. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, allow me to yield to my colleague. I thank you.
Senator Wakoli, and go quick because I can see Professor Ojenda wants to say something.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to weigh in on the matter of cane farmers and factories in the Republic of Kenya. It is very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that these people have been laid off, and many of them, they don't understand the criteria that was used for them to go home. In fact, Honorable Speaker, what is being done is that the recruitment agency is not the company management. So when they ask, they are told, go and check the company that is in charge of the process, and therefore they are avoiding responsibility. This is a matter that we cannot accept, and that we should be able to deal with it. We are also calling on the government to do its part of the bargain, pay the arrears of farmers, statutory deductions, and retirement benefits for those who are in the public sector. And therefore, as a committee, I also want to register my acknowledgement and that we shall push this matter to its conclusion. Finally, on the matter of drought, it is prudent that county governments are held responsible. They are giving out incentives today. But when you look at the agenda, is a political agenda, to look nice, to look benevolent, but not to address food shortage and insecurity in this country. So we need to rein into these governors. They have billions of money. They can mobilize communities to plant and have reservoirs for the future. But they don't look at that. They are looking at how much they can cash in when people are yawning and gashing their teeth. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage the national government to do what it can, but as a Senate, we must remind governors they must be accountable, they must come to park, and they must also provide leadership for our people in the Republic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Professor Ojenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to comment on the establishment and the equipping of vocational training centers in the country. Madam Speaker, the issues raised by Senator Wakoli's statement on the vocational state training centers in Bungoma County is on point. It is on point, Madam Speaker, because the regulation, the structuring, and ensuring that these centers are available to learners that leave school at Form 4 level is important. It is out of these vocational centers, Madam Speaker, that we get artisans who undertake the work, the real work that Madam Speaker focuses on things that we are doing, Madam Speaker. For instance, the affordable housing project. They source their labor and skills from these centers. Madam Speaker, in Kisumu County, we have vocational centers in Kisumu East, in Akado, and in Yabondo, and the issues that the Senator for Bungoma has raised is relevant to Kisumu County because these vocational centers, Madam Speaker, must be resourced in terms of personnel, in terms of proper budgets, Madam Speaker, and in terms of running, so that the staff in these VCTs, vocational training centers, should demonstrate and must deal with issues that are current. Madam Speaker, the other issue on these vocational centers is on the training of instructors. It is important that those who teach in these centers be trained and be able to achieve continuous training so that they meet the needs of the learners.
Honourable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 4th March 2026 at 9:30 a.m.
of the month of March, the year 2026, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sitting, a live broadcast that is streaming from the Senate Chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And this is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these Senate proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is the Senate, inside the Senate chambers. Members of the Senate should be making their way into the chamber, of course, to get ready and be able to participate in the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. And talking about that, which members will be transacting this afternoon, there are part of the priority business include a number of bills. These bills have reached the division stage at the committee of the whole. The bills were considered at the second reading stage, and proposals or any amendments to the bills were also considered at the committee of the whole. However, the members are yet to consider these bills at the division stage. So that is the priority business that the members would like to be able to dispense with on these bills. One of the bills include the meteorology bill, a bill originating from the Senate. This is a bill that seeks to put in place a legislative framework to regulate the meteorological services in Kenya and to coordinate and monitor meteorological services. The bill also proposes the establishment of the Kenya Meteorological Service Authority, which shall be responsible for the provision, regulation, coordination, and management of meteorological services. This is a bill that members of the Senate, it's a bill that originates from the Senate, and members of the Senate already considered this particular bill and forwarded the bill to the National Assembly for consideration. At the division stage, at the committee of the whole, the members will be looking at the National Assembly amendments to this particular bill this afternoon. The election offences bill, also amendment bill number 2, also originating from the Senate. Bill number 28 of 2024 is also coming up for consideration at the division stage. Also, members will be looking at the amendments that the National Assembly made to this particular bill. We shall just come back to take a look at the amendments that the Senate forwarded to the National Assembly forwarded to the Senate regarding this particular bill in a few minutes. But this afternoon, as members of the Senate convene for the afternoon sitting, it is also expected or anticipated that, as is the long-standing and solemn tradition of the House, that when a colleague passes on from this life, the House or the Speaker is expected to give a communication on the demise of the late Honorable Member for Emuru Dikir, Honorable Johanna Ng'eno. And of course, members of the Senate will be accorded an opportunity to be able to pay their tribute to the late member. At the entrance of the Senate chambers, as you can see, that is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, making his way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to be able to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusifu